Hello everyone and welcome back. Happy New Year's Eve everyone. And we're back with more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Still fighting to prove Van Zeke's innocence, so let's see if we succeed at that today. Okay, let me kind of give myself a refresher. Well, young Naruto. Yeah, I'm afraid of the rest. Okay, we're now back in. Alright, hope I remember everything that's happened up till now. Kazuma Asogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. I'm sorry, I still can't take that seriously. During the past 30 minutes, while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. Oh, that's right. They had to go find the Judge Jigoku. Maybe I'll be able to say that right consistently before this game ends. Probably not at this point, but oh well. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. Ah, damn it. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
Yeah, indeed. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Renosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion. That the accused is guilty! All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way, and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him? Oh yeah, we did find him. Or rather, Susano's father found, and Holmes found him. But the investigations of every police resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness, who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. Okay, I was not expecting this. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. To be continued. Yeah, if I'd known it was going to be this quick, I would have gone ahead and played until this part. Oh well. I thought we were just going to go and continue the case. Anyway, let's go and save here. Oh, jeez. I'm having to do more investigating. I may have to. May not be able to finish this today, then. We'll just have to see how it goes. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Ooh, nice dinner spread there. 3rd of November, 8:07 p.m., Sholmes' suite. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Makatoba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Hosogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo? I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. That's true. When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Jetji Goku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikatoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Oh, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Oh, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kipper, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in such places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me?
That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Okay. Forgot about that little thing.
Oh!
Hmm?
Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in on the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Migatoba are Iris's father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I
know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The first is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So, just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Or ever, maybe. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Cosimo. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Okay, examine is all I can do. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Oh no. Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Migatoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. What? I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. The telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan, then? This, I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names? We've come across the exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masked monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. And exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes! Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office, undetected, and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you?
And in my name? Wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jigoku! He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once.
The telegram from Japan has been entered into the court record. A telegram from Inspector Hosonaga in Japan with details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing into Judge Jigoku's office.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see, Kazuma's death. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Burya. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely. Precisely, Mr. Zato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you... Sec. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Sogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of the study were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. Objection, damn it! Yeah. Welcome to the stream, Queen Athena. How you doing? Let me give you a shout out.
I'd say they're pretty fun. To the top fan right.
I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I'm fine, what about you? I'm good, thanks. Any plans for New Year's?
Keep them coming. Killing spree.
Not really. We're going to be Rio and I will try to do a late stream tonight to ring in the new year, so we'll see how that goes. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened What happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten about her. Naturally, I don't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. Tell Rio he owes me a gift? Oh, okay. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Mrs. Otto and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Cosima Sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh! An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Of course. Anyone would think you hadn't eaten in weeks. Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at this? This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruto, as I'm sure you will appreciate. Oh, no, of course not. My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now. The pheasant. I would think you hadn't eaten in weeks. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Shigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes, but at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were still both in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because, after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Sholmes when he has designs unknown it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes! What a fabulous line! Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learnt of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. The 4 names. As I said, when I learnt of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, Kaya Sogi and T. Gregson! Owed to our proximity, I summoned to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Sogi would stay within Britain. So that's why you went so sleek to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma Sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I had recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters. And the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh yes, you mean about Asa Shin, I presume. Oh yes, you mean about Asa Shin, I presume.
Oh, of course!
Exactly, she wasn't killed. Was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact. Two days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah!
And upon hearing that sort of revelation, the hypothesis that had formed surrounding those four names was completely turned topsy. And upon hearing what? Topsy? And I'll be right back again. Okay, I'm back again. Topsy hypothesis.
What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Assassin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shen was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Mr. Wilson. Her visiting student status would be merely a front. Ugh!
Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Assassin is because he was the target of an assassination. Informed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4, who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma?
Oh!
He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was? The assassination of the Mark.
Hi, just quickly stopping by to wish you a Happy New Year. Thanks, Triple K. Hope you have a Happy New Year also. And thanks for dropping in for that.
Like I said, I don't know if I'll finish this before New Year's or not. We'll find out. I don't know how much is still left to go.
Still a little sick, but I'm managing. Alright, take it easy then. But I'm glad you're doing a little better at least.
Young Mr. Sogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
Conclusion. This document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Cosmo possibly have gotten involved in something like that?
Assassin exchange.
Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched to as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels? These murders were 2 sides of the same coin, linked
not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. The disassociation and the safeguarded diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
Well, wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiroshi Goku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Jeji Goku wasn't actually the mark?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with a young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in.
Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Harley? I mean, look at the time.
Oh, quite right, Hans. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor?
Oh dear.
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If this is going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Love those random sound effects before each dialogue. Yeah, the series is full of them. It's pretty much one of the trademarks of this series. But, yep, it is. They are fun. Oh! Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
Aw. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? I don't know much about the series other than the objection part and the bare basics. Yeah, pretty much everything that gets meaned around. But this is a good series. I hope to get the Apollo Justice trilogy and the Ace Attorney Investigation series eventually. Speaking of, I actually have a demo of the latter, so I might play that this Saturday.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Shigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. Yeah, for the record, for the Ace Attorney investigations, it's never had an official English release. I think there's a fan translation of at least one of the games, but that's it. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Aww. To be continued. But yeah, this series definitely has a lot of fun characters in it, and as I said, just fun, just interesting stories overall too. Trial Part 2, alright? As I said, let's see if we can finish up tonight. The 4th of November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. Okay, so we're going straight to the courtroom. This time. I know, it's terrible that I keep laughing at that, but it's just so ridiculous. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? Okay, I see what he's getting at, I think. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life, for the last 10 years, has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque von Zeeks.
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Sogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord.
Prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Brings Seshiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Renosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Oh! So, it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seshiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan.
As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. Here he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ha! Oh, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never fancied the young murdering student turned up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance, like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I am in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right! And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Renosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Let me look at this again. I, Genshin Sogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me and it is with deep sadness that I accept my fate. Okay, it's not this. Evacuation drill itinerary. Oh, right. Evacuation drill notice, 31st of October. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. A notice about a practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of the SS Grouse. The night before the ship arrived in Dover, it was found in Judge Jigoku's cabin. Well, this is what I'm gonna go with.
Take that!
Okay, that's not it. Oh, okay, it is. What on earth is that? This piece of evidence is a welcome present to the courthouse, with the compliments of the defense. You have a poor grasp of British court etiquette, counsel. That's the extent of your resolve. You disappoint me, Renosuke Naruhodo. Oh, okay, that wasn't it. Stand tall, Mr. Naruhodo. That was a minor blow. Having your best friend tell you he's disappointed you really stings, though. But of course we have evidence that ties Judge Jigoku to this case. Evidence showing a few key names, even. Good, there's still plenty of fight in your eyes. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku... Okay, wait a minute. Record found as indicated duplicate follows. Surely they don't mean this. Small machine part that Mr. Shones found. Well, I'm gonna save before I do any more, but let me try this first. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Small penis shop machine.
Take that!
No, okay.
Take that!
Oh, okay, it is this. Should have gone with this first. I don't know what I was thinking. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No! A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. Yeah, I don't think any of us miss her. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is his defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Why is this a surprise to you? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Renosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sashiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
The assassin exchange.
It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
So you admit it then, as this communication suggests? There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama?
Judge Goku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I have killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out.
In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. A crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
I'm gonna assume silencers weren't invented yet.
That's right.
Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street.
And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque von Zeeks.
The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked for you forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain as an assassination mission. Surely not! I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was all made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Shikoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked a Sogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why'd you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea, really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Judge Goku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time?
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
But the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about a special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. There was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Sholm's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than have taken someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made it clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. As I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to this man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouch, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I guess. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I had gone to the ship's dining room for... At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us to the cabin while we waited for Judge Goku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convinced as the centuries, really. In truth, those are my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. It seems if there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh!
You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
A hole like that, made by a bullet, was found in your cabin, Judge Goku. That is the compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered on the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find it in an actual toilet. Or actual bullet.
Damn it. I am so out of it right now.
Actual bullet. Damn it. What is wrong with me? That's the whole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewmen to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is a real shock. It's unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan!
But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Goku too. He completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Goku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo!
Alright, let me kind of look through this stuff again. Actually, let me... It's true that Cosmo has Soki with. Target was... It's true that Cosmo is so cute. on. Is it this?
Objection!
Yep. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Whoa! Where did you get that? Yeah, you're not very good at getting rid of your trash, buddy. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their post? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh!
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Renosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, Consul. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, Consul. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I'm just playing it safe. Small machine. Oh, I didn't analyze it. Hang on. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually...
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Yeah, I know.
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Renosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I had known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony when you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night. You'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I'd like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a matter of law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Okay, before we do this, I'm actually going to go ahead and take a short break, so if there's anything you need to do, now's a good time, and when I get back, we'll continue this. Okay, I'm back from my break. Let's see what's going on here. The events in the cabin.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed to having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon Seoi?
You call BS? Probably so, at least somewhere. Otherwise, this wouldn't be part of the cross-examination.
A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Renosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin, if that's the truth, well, okay, in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Well, I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely that tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, Consul, I really see no need for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to our countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alrighty.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. Oh, that's true.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
Okay. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else?
Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction.
but I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
Maybe he hasn't. Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no need to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? Ho 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 ho! My Ponsoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw.
Say oi? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Wow, yeah. Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw.
Well, and that he was in your room to begin with. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
Ho 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 ho! What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective story told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then... obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but...
all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels.
And I would like to think the board of police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh. Let's kill that idea then.
But perhaps not.
Miss Susato?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yes, that's true. So, transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Alright, let me see here.
Name Tobias Gregson, passport number, blah 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 blah, date of departure within 1 week. Within 1 week from purpose of travel bill. Notes permission for the applicant and one person travel. The illustrious blade passed down. So you can. I think I already took care of that. Yeah. Yeah, I've already looked at everything here, so not gonna worry about that anymore. I use that. I don't know how, but I feel like it's the passport is the key somehow. Okay, no, that's not. Let me check this again. Okay, so I guess that is the only thing that's... Yeah, I guess that is the only thing that's... At least that's inside it, that is... applicable... important to this case. Alright, let me save real quick, because again, I don't know how, but I feel like that passport is the key somehow. There's no way I could transport the victim's corpse back to Britain. Let me check this thing again. Okay, never mind. His body appears to be tightly curled up, and there's a red hair piece on his head. The flame red wig found at the green, presume. Yeah, he didn't have that at the time, so. A passport document that was in Inspector Gregson's possession. It was issued for travel to France the day before his body. What if he wasn't the one that actually got this passport, though? Issued for travel to France. Okay, I don't know. Let's start with this.
Objection!
Okay, nope, it's not that one. Okay, let's try the passport then.
Objection!
Okay, it's not that. Actually, let me
Hold it!
press it first. There's an idea.
Think about it, Stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. Symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No!
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that.
Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, of course.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
So that's his story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin,
The body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then.
that could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
There's almost a way that could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. There's gotta be something, though. Let me actually look at this. Record found is indicated, duplicate follows. No. There's no way I could have transported the video. Let me read this again. Indeterminate evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. Indeterminate evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death.
Objection!
Okay, nope, it's not that one. Let me go ahead and read through this, though. That last statement seemed a little questionably. What do you think, my lord? Oh, I see no inconsistency there. Do you? You could span the streets of Dover with those white eyes, Counsel, and be gone from this island forever, I hope. Alright. I didn't think it would be that, but I thought I would try it. There's no way I could transport like there's gotta be something. Inspector Gregson's metal traveling trunk that was removed from the scene but subsequently recovered by Gina. I initially thought it was too small for him to fit in, but I don't remember the size of it offhand. So maybe I'm mistaken. Especially since Shigoku was able to fit into his. For whatever reason. I forgot what reason he was in there. I've probably already said, but... I'll give it a go.
Objection!
Okay, nope. Oh wait, this is different. The witness's last statement exhibits a fundamental inconsistency. Not one that any British court would recognize, Consul. What? Remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. Oh, alright, fine. I imagine his watch is broken when I threw him over my shoulder as I knew this murder. Let me check something again. Let's see. But we don't know his time of death. Let me look at this again. I mean, I know he didn't have this on him, but... Scotland Yard said you look genuine to me. And that permanent... Yeah. Oh, man. Why do I keep getting stuck on these? It's annoying. Let's just play pass down features. Let's see, it's something to help him. Let me make sure I didn't try this, but I think I did.
Objection!
Yep. Alright, let me see here. Yeah, I'm keeping my emotions and stuff to myself now. I know I'm doing bad at this. I'm trying to figure out what it is, but... Can I look from the wall at the room? Professor Student. Dead at the top. Presumably. There's no possible way I could transport the victim's corpse back to Britain. No, so I told Shion that I got some stuff on my mind and he asked what he can do to help, and I said I just need something to keep it off my mind and a lot of kisses, and he said, oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's kind of bad. I'm just like, flag on the play. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by that. Let's see. So this little key used to wind the inspector's pocket watch. There's no way I don't know what this is. Dang it. So annoying. There's no possible way I could transport the victim's corpse back to Japan. You know what?
Objection!
Okay, nope. I didn't think it would be it, but thought I'd give it a try anyway. Because I don't know what it could be at this point. Nothing else makes sense. I guess I'll just try everything and see what happens. Might as well at this point, because I can't figure it out. Hang on a minute, let me read these. No. Appears to have no... Note of introduction on behalf from is written on the back of a ticket for passage on steamship. Can't remember if I tried this or not.
Objection!
Okay.
Because I've tried everything I felt it could be. So I don't know what's left. There are details of this page out of interest, the most recent.
Objection!
Yeah, I didn't think so, but like I said, I don't know what it is at this point. Because I've tried everything I thought it could be. Again, I'm just gonna try everything.
Objection!
Because I don't know what it could be.
Hold it!
This again. There's an idea. Okay, I've had one idea.
Objection!
Oh, okay, it is this. Because it was the only thing I could think was possible. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Renosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Shigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Oh, of course. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
See, I didn't remember this.
Oh, I knew you were jealous.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? Gosh dang, that's a tongue twister. No wonder it keeps throwing me off. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
Order! Order! Order in court! I am skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
Actually, we have seen proof of that, or rather, Sholmes and Susato's father have. It could, because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk, how horrifying!
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense!
Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikitoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can say that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Shigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard.
As the accused, Baroque von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply,
Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
very tantalizing, Constable. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim.
Alright, gonna save again. Okay, let me read the history again. The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he shot Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Did I ever actually examine this thing? So it's a type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary, then. Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they are issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number.
Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun.
Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that. Okay. This is. Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he shot the scene on Fresno Street. The fact that it talks about his body being tightly curled up.
Take that!
Okay, yep. A photograph of the victim, the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, The victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Oh! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street. Before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No!
You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Arrgh! Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment, just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Goku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh. Ugh. Order in court. Well, Mr. Shizuku, what's to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the imposter's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You, dear God, outrageous. So it was you! You admit to Inspector Gregson's murder? No! I admit to nothing more than what I said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As a judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh!
That's right! Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi! You... I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You have taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense? What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Professor Asogi is... Let me look at something again. The murder weapon that was found at the scene of the crime on Fresno Street, probably best to avoid handling. Well, okay, it doesn't mention here, but I was thinking about the part where they talked about, there's no serial number on the gun. I'm gonna go with impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something. Logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So, present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Professor Asogi's involvement? Alright. Let's see if I'm right about this. Let me save again, because I don't remember when the last time I saved was. Alright, let's see here. This was thought to be Von Zeke's weapon, but we don't know for sure. I don't know for sure if it's this, but it's one of the things I have in mind at the moment. So let's give it a try.
Take that!
You're making the evidence sweep here, Rodowski Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment.
Okay, fine.
Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, I can't upset Susato-san, or I'll end up being upset too. You know, I remember the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been heard. That's very much.
What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Let's just play past him.
Take that!
What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Let me read this again. Interpreted evidence just measures. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death, scorch marks at point of entry of the bullet. Caliber of the gun.
Let's go and try this.
Take that!
Okay, nope. Is there the list? Is it this again? Bugger.
Take that!
Why can't I figure this out? You claim that logical reason is the future for judicial process, namely that it would have been well for prosecutor Sogi to come in. The idea is sufficient. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. Both of them had the can't remember if I tried the gun yet, so let's see what happens.
Take that!
Okay. Nope, it's not that. Shoot. So mad that I can't get this.
tried that.
Take that! Take that!
I've already used almost everything here. Yeah, it could be.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Goku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman's sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that God wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in the reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ugh! Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Ugh! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy is just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. Ugh! No, There's no escape this time.
You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku? It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Okay. That happened. It's over! My life is over. Okay. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper!
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful!
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I had received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck and to throw it over the side.
That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
Then, on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick here, there, and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece you found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap?
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Oh, I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
And the witness stand is still broken, still completely gone.
I've heard enough.
We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors.
The witness will be tried in the coming days.
For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who is your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us! Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen,
I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Okay.
Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Okay, he wasn't the one on trial, but okay.
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about those mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Baruch von Zieks.
Objection!
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel?
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. What?
That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed!
Nevertheless, Baruch von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Sogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku.
But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot
Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered.
In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order.
As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dark, Baruch von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. Furthermore,
I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Von Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. that is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Von Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Von Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well, whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Oh, Lord. Pfft. Not again. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hollow chalice. Lord Von Zieks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Von Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building his case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecutor that he is the Reaper the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend.
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, Bill, both that you are the Reaper the Bailey, and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Rinosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? I desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Hold it!
You say 4 years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office in the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he noted only as grouse and the appointment at 5 PM on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, and by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth.
Hold it!
Oh, wait a minute. There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Okay. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Okay, let me read that last one again. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Oh, okay.
Hold it!
Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted this scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there's some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused claim in his testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but...
Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case.
So if we don't identify something first,
He'll gain the advantage.
this could be dangerous. Convincing testimony by Lord Von Zeeks.
Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression!
I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, you must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person, Mr. Naruhodo?
I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far.
Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Von Zeeks has something to hide after all? Well, gonna save again, but for Naruhodo to bring that up, or Renosuke to bring that up rather, I feel like maybe I was onto something too. An old photo print displayed rather prominently in Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
Okay, so it's not that. That's not what I want. Okay, let me see. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I remember something. No. Wait, the report? The report from the autopsy.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Von Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? Wait, why is he surprised by this? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This the autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all the court records related to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint von Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof of the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for all his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord von Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for this assassin exchange. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Japanese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged that what I'd already deduced. There was a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? Secret? I know nothing of any secret! While we waited for my supposed mark in Shigeko's cabin, I drew my clan's luster sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're going to cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago.
The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor, there's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admitted then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It is for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! Oh, I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Cosima-sama.
The results of Clint von Zeke's autopsy were fabricated. Then the investigation officer, Gregson, and lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to avert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baruch von Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baruch von Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma is sulky. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? Lord von Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities. To one! If Lord von Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper the Bailey is... what? Wait a minute. The true identity of the infamous Reaper the Bailey is... We also have absolute authority. Okay, who I was thinking of isn't here, but... Dang it, I wish I could look at the stuff real quick. The court records. The evidence. But I can't. So... I don't know how this could have gotten overlooked, but...
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord von Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had the burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. He was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world, by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint von Zeek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand? Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that for a while. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh! Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who can testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Ugh. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint von Zeek's autopsy. Can she not? Hang on a minute. Let me check something real quick. According to the coroner... Oh, that's for Gregson. Hang on a minute. Well, yeah. Yeah, there is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Sith won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who can still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Rinosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please, this child can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeeks is... Now, I do want to save, but I'm pretty sure this is this has to be the right option.
Take that!
Denied. What? I want to know why. And I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face. In other words, you're wide of the mark, Rinosuke. Very wide. Thanks. Don't spare my feelings or anything. Given the contemptible allegations you'll make in counsel, I won't be letting that blunder pass unpunished. Ugh. Okay, so it wasn't her. Well, hang on a minute then. Cause, yes. The person the defense would like to call to stand and testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeeks is... Wait a minute. Dang it, I wish I could look at the... dang it, I wish I could look at the things again. The court records. The evidence. Let's go. I know he did something.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese? Oh, get... Oh. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Migatoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Migatoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What?
But Professor Migatoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper, and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So, present your evidence for those claims, and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony! The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Ugh! Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Ugh. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Ugh! This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Ugh. Ugh! That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Oh, hey. Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Order! Order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, or a door that is ajar.
Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reapers, decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right! The judge has absolute authority here! Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end! But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly... What? I didn't catch that last one. Hang on a minute. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same? What? The trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right! We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody! My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here! Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation! The truth! The whole truth and nothing but the truth! That's the very foundation of British law! A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial! On with the trial! Testify! 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 Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. Recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Picatoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is awaiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Migatoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! I trust you have Iris's little charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course! In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. To be continued. Okay, so yeah, we still got a little ways to go, looks like. Alright. Save your current progress, yes, and this is where I'm going to go ahead and end the stream for tonight. So hope you all enjoyed it. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel link below to see my past streams, as well as my... no, not as well as anything. And I'll be back tomorrow to continue playing East 10 Nordics. So hope I'll see you then. And if you'll stick around, I'll drop a raid. let's go and raid good guy JDP, who is playing Final Fantasy IV. So I hope you'll stick around for that. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night and take care, everyone. Bye.